Two channels coming together. Oh yeah. True crime team, you better know. After the facts and defense rest, let's go. Bringing justice, doing their best. Woo! Facts are flying, truths unfolding. Criminals shaking, their stories holding. Defense rest, got the legal mind. Together they solve, justice they find. Woo! All rise, the truth's in the house. Y'all bring it up, breaking it down. Hear that call? Facts and defense, a mighty blend. Oh yeah, justice ain't gonna bend. Gavel hits, the facts commence. Defensive moves, we've got the sense. Teamwork strong, no crime secret. Yeah, they're bringing justice. Best believe it. Ooh, yeah.
Sociologist, she's not a social worker, she's a teacher. And she has close to 20 years of experience as a teacher. She also has experience as working with the mitigation and education in Florida. I believe it's over 20 cases where she's worked with the mitigation factor of the education side of the case. And she's also been recognized as an expert within this Seventh Circuit for that purpose. So her testimony is regarding mitigation based on school records, classes missed, experience while in school, grades, and things of that nature. In terms of her contacting other teachers, and that would be her testimony, is that she had reached out to a number of teachers and they couldn't recollect Mr. Wilson Jr. She had many contacts in Oklahoma and Arizona where they could not find any records of Mr. Wilson. So that is part of her testimony. She's not representing that. It's just part of her work, and that's part of what we're discussing, is just how chaotic his childhood was, that there are no records of him at this time.
What expertise does she bring to the table to assist the jury in making a factual determination on the proposed mitigation factor of his education history? What expertise is there for her to opine about, or is she just going to be an auto reader because she's read the records and now going to regurgitate that for the jury? There's a very different use there, and I'm not hearing right now a level of expertise and expert opinion that would be relevant.
Right, so her expert opinion is dealing with his education records and explaining that to the jury. So she's actually worked with Title I schools in the past, and that's a couple, not all, but several of the schools that he attended. She's very familiar and aware of the culture in those schools and dealing with students that are in poverty, meaning there are certain classes of students that rely on the school for breakfast or lunch that she has an experience with, and that we also see as part of Mark Wilson's Jr.'s experience in school. So again, not all the schools have that experience for Mr. Wilson Jr., but that's some of what he had lived and some of what he experienced.
What's the expertise that's going to be brought to bear? You could provide direct testimony. You could certainly present direct testimony that he attended a number of Title I schools, and perhaps that those, well, I know, because I know what Title I means. It means typically the meals are provided for children, other social services are provided for children because they're socioeconomic level. But it's the same question I asked yesterday, and I don't mean to be a smart aleck for this. It's the so what of the testimony. What does that matter? What does that affect? This is an issue.
So in terms of his experience and his background for mitigation purposes and presenting to the jury reasons to vote for life, it's educating them in terms of what the Title I school experience is. So it's not just to say he went to school in Putnam, he went to school in Alachua, he went to school in Arizona. It's he went to these schools, and these are some of the experiences he had in the schools by nature of being a Title I.
But you're going to have, my impression in the space of the state's objection, I'm not making their case for it, is that that's a fairly limited expert opinion.
Right, she's not getting into, we have other experts to deal with the psychology of trauma at that age. We have experts to deal with the broken home and things of that nature at that age. She is fairly limited in terms of what she's talking about in his education and his experience going to school. And then by extension, part of what she's touching on, but she can't really get into it because she's not a witness to that, is the lack of records in that time span, those 4 or 5 missing years, and her efforts reaching out to some 30, 40 different individuals, 30 plus, trying to track down some records and information on him. So, and it supports what we're presenting.
We have a way of getting records in courts. They're called subpoenas.
No.
They're sent to the appropriate records custodian,
And they
and
were.
it says, cough up the documents or come to court and explain to a judge why you're not.
And that's part of her testimony. Is that, well, she won't testify to that, but yes, subpoenas have been sent out. But for example, the school in Arizona, the only record they have is a yearbook of it. There's no other document of him being in that school. And that's part of that just chaotic span of time where he's going back and forth between Arizona and Oklahoma. So again, she's not going to address the trauma that he experienced during those years, but she's a little, a pin in this line of.
I know, and I know I'm required by the case law. So when the Supreme Court reads this, or the Fifth DCA reads this, regardless, whatever the outcome is, they're going to be saying, why was Judge McGowan giving these people such a hard time? And the issue I have here is, you put on a witness yesterday, just as if, for instance, this sat here for 2.5 hours and regurgitated her review of the records. I barely heard an opinion out of that witness. And I know I'm supposed to grant you a lot of latitude in these cases, but this seems more like we're just ignoring the rules of evidence.
No, Your Honor, and her testimony is anticipated to be about a half hour based on the expected cross-examination. She really is, she's limited in what she can say.
Okay.
Because there's a great lack of records of school records, but the few that we have is what she's testifying to. In addition,
I'm testifying to, and that's the question I want to ask you. I guess that is the right preposition. She's testifying to, though. She's not testifying about. She's not going to say.
I have no objection if she testifies that these are the records. This is what it says. I called this place, was not able to get any records. That's completely acceptable. But for her to get up here and say, I called and spoke to the teacher, this is what she told me. That's clear hearsay. She can't say, I called over and they told me this is a Title I school. She could have researched that. There's ways. Nothing against Ms. Stone, but she's a teacher. She's a teacher who's holding herself as an expert now. She's testified one time, Judge, and it was for Ms. Peoples. And I can tell you, if I had been in that trial, I would have fought her as any expertise because she brings no special expertise. Her master's is not in educational leadership. It's not in school counseling. It's not in, it's in ESOL, English to speakers of other languages. I don't think Mr. Wilson is Spanish, last I checked.
Right, but again, I understand they're taking issue with her degrees. She has over 20 years of experience as a teacher. And that's what she's bringing towards the jury is this education view as a teacher and the mitigation that's within it. So she's not here holding herself out as a Spanish to English translator or English teacher in that manner, but saying that as a teacher, particularly with all her years in preschool and kindergarten, now she has taught from ages, say 4 to 60, but the majority of her experience teaching has been in elementary schools. So, and that's what she's doing. She's reviewing these records, providing the jury a view, a mitigation, education view of these records and his experience in school. So the teachers, and just to be clear, yes, she does look up some information online, but she also verifies, and that's why she's reaching out to schools to see and verifying this is Title I. So yes, she does do some additional research, but I find it hard pressed as the state taking issue with her reaching out to schools to verify that it's a Title I school. But she will do that.
That's not the issue. The issue is there's something in the records where Ms. Stone had no idea what it was.
If you identify that specifically.
Yes, there's a record where there's an S or an E at the end, and she's trying to say, when I ask her depo, she has no idea what it is. But she goes and she calls the school and they say, it could be this, it might be, but we don't know. So she's just going to relay what's speculative from those, hearsay from those people. If Ms. Stone is this world-renowned expert in this, she certainly would have understood what that code was beforehand instead of having to call and find out, which I think is exactly what the rules of evidence say. An expert cannot use as a subterfuge to get hearsay, and it's exactly what Ms. Peoples is trying to do. Ms. Stone is certainly a fact. I'll give her a fact individual who can read records and explain them, but she doesn't know what all this stuff means in special places. If she's got to call to find it out, then she's certainly not an expert.
And I think that drives home the point that she looked at the records and couldn't identify it and called the school, and the school couldn't identify it. So to what he's pointing to, that one issue, she did her best diligence to track down and identify what the code was, but even the school couldn't identify the code. So to take issue that she is in all candor saying she doesn't know and the school doesn't know seems a bit of a stretch.
But that's not accurate. What she said is she called the school and the school said that they think that means that they were probably going to review him to see if he was ESE or needed some special services. So to say that the school didn't know, that's inaccurate. No, you're saying that this is what they told me.
I'm quoting you back.
Okay, well, you were the depot. You know what she said.
So you misrepresent.
Bar session 90.702, testimony by experts. It's scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge, and I think that I would accept that she probably has sufficient experience to talk about certain aspects of educational administration and leadership without hearing her testify about that. So maybe she comes in then is qualified as an expert, knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, may testify about it in the form of opinion if one, testimony is based on sufficient facts or data, arguably you're there. Two, testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods. Tell me what principle or method she's going to be applying. If I'm not mistaken, Florida is a Daubert state and it applies to this here, does it not?
Your Honor, she's testifying about the records. There's no specialized scientific testing for.
No, I'm not saying that. Understand. I understand that. I just want to know what the reliable principles and methods are that she's going to be applying.
So she partly as a literacy coach and primarily as an educator, and that's what she's testifying to as a view of the records from the viewpoint of an educator. Now she's done mitigation work where she has condensed the education records of other individuals in the past, and she has testified about that in the past. So there isn't any, you just correctly, you addressed that. She's not coming in as a scientist with some specialized scientific background. She's just saying as a teacher, here's a review of the records, and here's the mitigation within the records. And the mitigation is his background in education. And that's something that the jurors can look to, rely on, or at least they can, in their own decision, weigh and consider the education records. So it's not just dropping the pages of school records in front of them, it's her explaining the culture and the issues with moving so often within schools, and then the experience of students in Title I schools. So that's what she's providing. So this is,
All right.
I don't know how other way to explain
And
it.
so going back then to the point that brought us here, the PowerPoint presentation, how is that?
It's just giving them a demonstrative aid that here he is in preschool, here he is in second grade, here are the grades that he received in second grade, here he is in, for example, third grade, here are the grades that he received. I believe that's the time that she had also reached out to some of the teachers and addressed the culture in the school and verified. So,
State any other objections?
Certainly, if they wanted to know the culture of the school, it's right over in Alachua. Certainly could have subpoenaed a representative of the school who knows that. So I think it's just a way of trying to usurp, like we've seen consistently, it's just trying to usurp actually following the rules of evidence. So we just object to it.
so these are some 20 years ago. Most of the teachers that taught Marcos and Junior are retired or no longer in those schools. So the ones that she was able to talk to and verify and get information about the schools, again, Alachua is about an hour and some change away from where some of these schools are. It's not a matter of us subpoenaing where we could, we did. For example, Mr. Gerald Sabb, the probation officer, he's still here. That's less than 5 years ago. We could have brought the teachers, we would have, but we can't. So we're bringing in with the records what we can with our witness and staff.
I'm just not sure why they can't bring teachers in because they don't work there anymore. That makes them unsubpoenable. And they did contact one individual or two who certainly could appear by Zoom. So to say that they're not subpoenable in Alachua, I think that's in Florida under the jurisdiction of the Florida courts.
Not the statement that they're not subpoenable. You're asking why we didn't bring people from over there. And I'm explaining that they're not there now. These are schools from 96, 98. So the teachers that she couldn't track them all down and she was able to locate a few.
And just one thing from Earhart, Judge, I just want to read what hearsay is admissible by experts. Experts may rely in part upon hearsay in forming their opinion if that kind of hearsay is relied upon during the practice of the experts in a particular discipline when not in court. So she's not using it to do her opinion. She's just using it to recite what they said it was, certain facts. So I understand the defense doesn't want to call these different people in. I don't have a problem with this going through all the records. I just don't think she should be able to talk about hearsay and provide an opinion about what that relate to in this case. That's it, Joe.
And
No, Your Honor.
I am going to allow Ms. Stone to testify, but it's going to be on limited scope of expertise. I think that she can testify as an educational expert, assuming she continues to meet the qualifications, because I haven't heard all of that yet. But I will allow her to testify on limited scope as to generalized review of his records and consistency with a Title I. If there is something that she can tell us as a Title I experience or something along those lines, she can certainly testify to that. I'm not going to bring in the slideshow of the fifth grade, so and so. That's not. I don't even see where that's even marginally relevant. She can certainly hold on to it and say she spoke to teacher so and so.
Your Honor, if you can take a look, it's only 8 slides.
Yeah, it could be one slide, and still not be admissible. Now, the writing sample on the third slide would be acceptable. No problem with that. And I don't even particularly think that I have a problem with your last two slides, to the extent the state's not objecting to the recitation of hearsay showing his GPA through high school and attendance issues. I think those are all probably related to her testimony.
It is just, it's just going to be, but it's numbers, it'll be easier for them to understand. We're fine with it. It's not a big deal.
The writing sample and your data can certainly be demonstrated. Okay, anything else?
Your Honor, if I could just have a brief moment to discuss the court's ruling with Ms. Stone, and I'll adjust the PowerPoint.
All right.
So the court's asking to remove all the pictures with exception to the writing sample and the last two slides.
The one picture potentially, yeah, I think that would be.
Objection, then you can say that, rather, and I believe it probably would have been narrative. But to sit there cursing.
If you want to apply all the rules, please yourself do that too. Thank you.
The least productive thing to do in courtroom is argue that argument. I'm not going to hear anymore. Both sides are going to be professional. There's an appropriate motion to bring before the court for direct relief. Make the motion, but I don't want to hear any more bickering like we're become a bunch of 10. All right. Is there anything else we need to take up? Sure, I can.
No,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I've had a brief conversation with Ms. Stone. She, just letting for the state of the court to know, she did go through DCF records, and if the state or I ask her about that, she'll run through that list of records, but I've advised her not to discuss police reports and DCF records in writing as emergence.
Okay.
And then just as a matter that I do believe that needs to be placed on the record, our State Attorney Lewis has, I'm very focused when I'm up at the bar, so I'm not hearing certain things. But it's my understanding that within the gallery that he could be heard cursing, dropping F-bombs while I was cross-examining Dr. Scully yesterday. So I know that everyone's talking to each other. At our table, we usually use sticky notes to pass it back and forth. But there is still a level of professionalism that we all have to abide to as lawyers, that I would ask Mr. Lewis, and I need to place this on our agenda for decades, that he would rise to that. So we know we're all contentious, and it's a very passionate type of case. But if he has an objection, then you can say that, rather, and I believe it probably would have been narrative. But to sit there cursing about me cross-examining a witness, I think it's exceptionally inappropriate. Now, again, I didn't hear it because I'm very tuned in, but it's my understanding, and I can bring other members of the defense table to place on the record the exact quote that was heard, that probably rang through the courtroom, but I did not. So I'm really focusing in. So whether it's the arms flailing or my understanding is highlighter being placed up on his head like antennas, that if he could restrict his behavior to what we're all called to as attorneys and all sworn and also the Florida Bar.
Briefly, Mr. Rose.
I'll just respond. I don't recall cursing about Ms. Peoples. I don't recall that in any way, and if I did, that will not happen again. I did have the highlighters. They were not making antennas, Judge, and I will refrain from that. So I understand Ms. Peoples' concerns, and we will do our best to remedy that. We would just ask also if we could have professionalism and provide us all the information ahead of time and be upfront and don't provide us stuff 10 minutes before we go into court. So really, that's the professionalism that affects the case. So I'd ask that that be done really in this case, that we don't just sandbag the state and wait for the last minute to give us everything. That's all I'd ask, Judge. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state is in receipt of records. This is a final draft that they're talking about that we discussed during the deposition. So, and actually, let me correct myself. It was during the deposition of Van Stone that she had sent them a draft and explained to them we're still working on it. So at any point, it's my practice to get records out and things or reports out early. So I do apologize that yes, we gave the Van Stone PowerPoint the final this morning. But I am not picking up what's going on behind me, but apparently everybody else in the courtroom is. And I suspect that we may start reaching into a level where I need to start asking more genius motions on this issue. However, if he can conduct himself appropriately, I think we'll be fine moving forward.
And just to respond, no, we did not get a PowerPoint in that presentation from your deposition. That came 10 minutes ago, or now 20 minutes ago. So that would be a misstatement. If you'd like to read the whole deposition, you can clarify that you sent records. There was nothing about a PowerPoint or sent, Ms. Peoples. So that is a misstatement of the facts. And we will cordially do all that. And I'd appreciate the defense who's saying that we're not following the rules. The 20-day rule of all the everything that was supposed to be provided to the state before trial has not been filed once. We haven't made a big deal. Miss Peoples not following the rules at all. We got one thing, and then they supplemented, which is not what the rule is. And we weren't provided the stuff. So we're not making a big deal about it, but we're just saying if you want to apply to all the rules, please yourself do that too. Thank you.
The least productive thing to do in court when there's already that argument. I'm not going to hear anymore. Both sides are going to be professional. There's an appropriate motion to bring before the court for direct relief. Make the motion, but I don't want to hear any more bickering like we're becoming a bunch of 10-year-olds in the schoolyard. It's not what we're here for. It's very serious business. You are all professionals. The last 2 weeks of the trial were conducted with great professionalism, and I admire that. Let's not reduce it to a schoolyard brawl at this point. We do need to be aware of the jury's time, and that's why I try to take breaks to allow you all to bring up issues out of their presence so we don't have them waiting around like we've done now for 66 minutes. So please bring these issues up at the end of the day or at the end of the morning or during the time that we've set aside for it. We're ready for the jury now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury.
All rise. The jury's in the courtroom.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies. Can all of you show me by show of hands if you have all followed the instruction last night not to have a conversation with everyone else outside research? And raise your hand if you saw any news articles last night on TV. Very good. Thank you. I appreciate you following those instructions. Again, as I said before, occasionally things like that happen. There are humorous. We do take this all very seriously. And we take your time very seriously. We had some important issues that came up at the last meeting that we discussed outside of the presence. So I appreciate the patience. All right, Ms. Peoples, would you like to call your next witness?
All right, defense calls Ann Stone.
And she's going to be appearing by Zoom, correct?
That's right.
All right, I'll admit her to the. Also admit her computer as well, and we'll mute the. There you go. Can you hear me, Ms. Stone?
Yes,
All right, thank you. You are not in the state of Florida, is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, do you consent to be placed under oath by video device?
Yes,
All right, then I will go ahead and do that. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
All right. Please state your full name for the record. You can put your hand down now.
Ann Stone
All right, thank you, ma'am. And where are you currently coming to us from?
from North Carolina.
Well, thank you. Ms. Peoples, you may proceed with this stone.
All right. Can you please state your full name?
Yes, Ann Stone.
All right. And what is your education experience?
I have a master's in teaching English as a second language. I have a BA in early childhood education.
Just gonna see if the sound. We don't get here. Can you ask her to talk again just a second?
Can you repeat the answer?
Sure. I have a master's in teaching English as a second language, and I have a BA in early childhood education.
Can you please give the jury a brief example of your employment history education?
Yes, I taught for approximately 17 and a half years in Maryland, Virginia, and Georgia. I was also a literacy coach during that time. And then I've also taught adult ESL classes at universities and colleges.
All right. And can you please explain your role as an educator?
It's my job as an educator to prepare children for being in school, being successful in standardized tests, reporting any signs of learning disabilities, that type of thing.
And can you explain your role as a literacy coach?
Yes, I worked with Title I schools to help them with their reading. I trained teachers in the best practices of teaching reading in the classroom. I helped them with coming up with challenges and solutions to issues they were having based on the training that I was receiving. And I trained volunteers with United Way and Boys Club, YMCA, et cetera.
And what class of children are the focus of Title I schools?
Generally, Title I schools work with students who are primarily have financial assistance needs. High percentages of them come from low-income families. And so we assist them in meeting the challenges of the state standards so they can pass the end of the year tests.
All right. Now, what experience do you have with teaching children from poverty?
I've taught in several Title I schools. Examples of some of the family challenges would be children coming to school without having eaten breakfast. So they provide free breakfasts. Sometimes it's free or reduced lunch that they provide. Sometimes this might be the only meal the child gets during the day. The classroom is impacted by this with things like children coming to school, not having been bathed, so they might smell bad, bugs in their, we've had bugs in backpacks coming out. So you get a lot more of that type of thing happening in the Title I classroom.
Now, how many students have you worked with directly over the years?
I don't know, but I estimate somewhere over 600
Right. And what
from
is-
old
go
to
ahead.
6.
I'm sorry, if you could repeat the answer.
Would be over 600 students, and it would be from 4 years old to 60 years.
And can you explain to the jury how you began your experience as an education expert?
So I began with juvenile life without parole cases, and I analyzed documents, education documents, create digests, reports to talk about the attendance records, test scores. I look for missing documents. I identify if there might be ESE or special ed documents that need to be asked for. There might be a school psychological, a social history. So that's how I began. And then I began doing capital, non-capital, homicide, non-homicide cases.
And as part of your experience as a education mitigation expert, did you have a responsibility of identifying red flag issues in the records and as a teacher in the schools?
Yes, so I'm looking for issues with the grades. Are they being retained? Attendance records, like, are they in school? Sometimes the documents are very complicated because people have handwritten over top of things that have been typed. Sometimes the documents are conflicting. So that's the kind of thing I'll identify. And as I said, special ed documents.
How many years have you worked in mitigation?
5 years. And I've worked on approximately 47 cases assisting attorneys.
And could you explain your role in assisting attorneys with these cases?
Yes, I generally write reports that they work with. They add to their mitigation. They ask me to identify other reports or records that need to be requested. I make phone calls to educators to try to fill in the gap, explain information in the records that may not be make sense to. For example, we've got documents from multiple states. Every state, every county has a different acronym. They deal with things differently. Sometimes grades are not the same. One county, or it can go as far as school system or county or state. It varies on whether, like, you've got a 10-point scale on A's, B's, and C's. Sometimes you have a 7-point scale. So there are multiple ways that all these groups address the records. And so sometimes we have to find more information.
Now, specific to this case, who did you interview?
I interviewed over 35 people that were specifically either educators, administration, personnel. Yes.
And in what states are these individuals that you interviewed?
They are in Alachua and Marion County, Florida, Pima County, Arizona, and Caddo County in Hinton, Oklahoma.
And did you interview Mr. Mark Wilson Jr.?
I did.
And what records did you, in summary, what records did you look at?
I looked at, to inform my digest, I looked at the school records from 1994 to 2009, and I also got some information from the Florida guardian ad litem of 1998.
Now, you said 1994 is what the year that you started, the first year of the records then?
Right.
Right. So looking to that year of 1994, what occurred in Mark Wilson's education history?
So there's a notation from in the following year that Mark is coming from William Talbot Elementary, which was he was attending preschool in Alachua.
So then where did he begin elementary school?
Kimball Wiles Elementary, and
what-
that was for kindergarten.
And where did he go to school next?
So at the end, he was at Kimball Wiles from August to April of it's the 95-96 school year. And then he is withdrawn and then enrolled in Reddick Collier Elementary in kindergarten for the last month of that year.
And where did he go to school next? After
So-
Kimball Wiles.
Right. So second grade would have been Reddick Collier and third grade.
All right. So from he was at Riddick Collier for how many school years then?
3 years.
And in 98 in the 96 school year then, were there any disciplinary reports?
Yes, he has 3 of them. Do you want me to give you the dates of those?
No, it's fine. What was the nature of those disciplinary reports?
He receives a discipline report for kicking, another one for inappropriate behavior in school, and another one for excessive mischievousness in the bathroom.
All right. Now, for these disciplinary reports, were law enforcement or suspensions a result?
No.
What was the result of these reports?
There's a notice to the parents, and for the mischievousness in the bathroom, there's a detention.
All right. And then are there any similar reports in 97?
Yes, he has 2 discipline reports in 97, one for disobedience to Miss White, his teacher, and one for insubordination to Miss White.
Okay. And then based on the records, are there any other discipline reports?
Yes, in the following year, in third grade, he has a warning for a bus infraction.
All right. Now, as a result of these discipline reports, were there any suspensions, expulsions, or law enforcement?
No,
What was the resulting end of those reports?
a notice to the parents and detention, and one of them received corporal punishment.
Okay. What else happened what was his grades in the third grade?
So in third grade, he receives a B in language, C's in spelling and math, and a D in reading.
And what type of instruction was he receiving?
So he was in the general classroom, but he was also his records show that he was also receiving preventative instruction in reading, language, and math. And there, on one of his reports, it shows there are 3 ways that they, I guess we would call them grades, but they're not really grades, they're just levels. And there's enrichment, development, and preventative instruction. And enrichment would be a student who's doing really well and may be receiving extra gifted help. And then developmental would be the normal average student, and preventative would be the student that's struggling.
And what did you detect any conflicts in the records for third grade?
So it shows that he's administratively placed, and but it's unclear in the documents whether that is at the end of first grade or second grade.
And what does administratively placed mean?
It means that although his scores or attendance, it can be based on either or both, either his scores or attendance did not qualify him to move up to the next year grade, but the teachers or administration or staff decide to go ahead and move him.
Right. Then what school does he go to after the third grade?
What year are we?
At the end of third grade, I believe he was in 97, or that's 98, 99.
Okay, so he ends up, I believe this is when he goes to Marjorie Rawlings. Can I have a minute to look at the records?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. He changes schools and ends up going to Marjorie Rawlings Elementary.
And what time of the school year did that occur? Or what month?
Just a moment, please. I believe he's at Reddick Collier, and let me just get it. He's withdrawn from Reddick Collier on 11/18/98. So in November, he leaves and he goes to Marjorie Rawlings Elementary, and he's there for the remainder of the year.
All right. And is there any significance of changing schools during the school year at that age?
Generally speaking, a child, when they come to school, they have to learn the rules of the
Okay.
school.
As to her in generalities explaining when people switch schools, she's not a sociologist, she's not a psychologist, she's not a social worker.
Your Honor, she's just addressing it in terms of a teacher and the experience of children.
I think this is within scope of this testimony.
You can answer, Ms. Stone.
So generally, when a child is in school, they have to learn the rules of the school. They have to learn the rules of the actual school. They have to learn the location of classrooms. They have to learn the names of different teachers. They're getting to know friends in the classroom. They got to know the classroom rules. And in every classroom, there are different rules. If you're in PE, there are rules. If you're in music, art, library, no matter where you go, you've got sets of rules. Every time a child changes schools, that starts over because they have to learn all of that again. Plus, schools vary in the type of education they're teaching their children. They might have different curriculum that they're using. So the child may be learning, building their education on certain building blocks in a certain school, and then it changes in the next year. So it's a challenge.
All right. Now, at the end of that school year, at Marjorie Rawlings, so that would be that school year ends in 99. Where does he go to school next?
That's where the records fall out. We don't know where he goes. We don't have records to show where he goes.
All right. And from school years 1999 to 2003, were you able to get any indication of where he was for school?
We have one notation in one of his documents that he was at Dan Hinton Accommodation School in Pima, Arizona. It's a notation.
How many contacts did you make to track down records for that span of school years?
I contacted over 35 people.
And how many different school districts did you contact?
Alachua, Marion, Caddo, Pima, and Putnam.
And what's the results of those missing school years?
It was inconclusive. No one could find him in a school. We were unable to identify what county he was in school based on the fact that we could find no records.
All right. What did you learn about his education experience in Oklahoma? Or what school were you able to identify in Oklahoma for Mr. Wilson?
Hinton schools in Oklahoma.
And how were you able to identify that he was at that school?
I received from your office a yearbook photo from the 2002-2003 school year.
Now, did you reach out to that school? in
Yes,
Oklahoma? All right.
yes,
So there's a photo of him, but what of the records?
nothing. There's nothing.
Just a yearbook photo.
Yes.
And then the records start again, if it's fair to say, in 2003? Or what records did you look or review from 2003?
So in 2003, he reappears at Flowing Wells Junior High School in Arizona.
All right. And what grade should he have been in for that school year?
Well, if you go by the years that he's missing, we've got missing documents. He should be going into 8th grade, but he's actually enrolled in 7th grade.
And what schools did he attend that moving forward from 2004?
He attends there's a note that says he's attending Coronado K-8 school, but then he's actually shown to be enrolled in Flowing Wells Junior High, and he's there for 2004, 2005.
All right. And then where is he enrolled, or what records do you have moving forward after junior high?
So it shows that he's at Ironwood Ridge High School in 9th grade in Pima, Arizona. That's for just 1 month. And then he's in Putnam County. So he's now returned back to Florida.
All right. So then moving forward to Putnam County, where did he attend school?
Interlaken High School.
All right. And what were his grades over the years in that high school?
So in 9th grade, so to explain what I'm about to say, 2.0, an average, is passing. So it's low, but it's passing. So in 9th grade, his cumulative GPA is 1.83, and he does not pass the reading or math FCAT, which is the Florida standardized test, end of the year. And then in 10th grade, his GPA is 2.5, so he does go up a little bit there. In 11th grade, his GPA is 2.6. Again, he's keeping it above the minimum, but he does not pass the reading or science FCAT. And in 12th grade, his GPA is 1. However, his cumulative GPA for the 4 years of high school is 1.9. And Florida allows schools to round up to 1 decimal, giving Mark a 2.0 at the end of his high school.
All right. Now, Ms. Stone, did you prepare a graph for his attendance?
I did.
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to share that at this time.
You may.
All right. So, Ms. Stone, the jury now is looking at the attendance graph that you made based on the records for Mark Wilson Jr. If you can explain what the different colors significant. If you can explain the colors in the graph.
Okay. I don't have a color copy in front of me, so I'm looking at a paper copy.
All right. If you can start from missing and then work your way down and what the 3 different ones are.
If I could have a moment, I'm going to pull it up.
All right.
Okay. The very top part, which is, I believe it's green.
Yes.
Okay, is missing. So those are the days that he misses school, that he's not in school.
Hello. Hello after the fact. Hello, you know, Pope Christine.
Be in recess for about 5 minutes. Off the record, if you have a wired connection, that's often better. So just,
I think it's also because she probably moved out of the office where the Wi-Fi was probably.
I understand.
But honestly. I thought you were gonna say it was mom, but that would be good.
And I was just texting you too.
Milestones, we're talking about.
No, it came down here to where the mom.
Oh. That's good. That was that before the murder. But then she did that.
Hey, Marie, how are we?
I think we got to.
We're gonna have a couple of people by tonight. If we're gonna start tomorrow. Why are you saying? You told me possibly Wednesday afternoon, maybe Thursday morning, so.
You don't have it, okay.
So if we do Banasco, the other Millbrae and Krop, then that means you saw it done, right?
Yeah, mom's tomorrow. So I'm thinking tomorrow's gonna be a full day here before Monday now.
But who tomorrow, wasn't it?
Mom, Kayla. Mom and Kayla are like, yeah.
All right, thank you. Where are you currently located, Doctor?
I'm in Coral Gables, Miami.
All right, thank you, sir. You may proceed, Ms. Beaver.
Please state your name.
My name is Harry Krop. It's spelled K-R-O-P.
And what is your profession?
I am a licensed psychologist. I'm the director of Community Behavioral Services, which is a private practice of both clinical and forensic psychology. I have offices located in Gainesville, which is my primary office and hometown. And I also have an office in Jacksonville as well as Orange Park, Florida.
And what is your education that led to clinical psychology?
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Temple University in Philadelphia. That was 1964. Master's degree in psychology from American University, and that was the following year. And then I transferred to the University of Miami, where I received my PhD degree. That was in 1971. After I obtained the PhD, actually as part of the PhD, I'm required to do an internship, a year-long internship in clinical psychology, and I did that in 1971 in Connecticut Valley Hospital, and that was a general facility, psychiatric residential facility, where I had the opportunity to do various kinds of clinical work, including working with PTSD and also working with neuropsychology. As a result of my interest after I received the PhD, as a result of the interest that I had in doing neuropsychology at Connecticut Valley Hospital, I requested and was accepted to do a postdoctoral internship in neuropsychology specifically, and that was at the VA Medical Center in Gainesville. While I was at the VA, I was trained by both psychologists, neuropsychologists, and neurologists who were on the staff at the VA Medical Center and also at Shands, just right across the street from the VA. So while I was there for the year, I also received training in post-traumatic stress disorder. That was about the time that veterans from Vietnam were coming back. So I started the first PTSD program at the VA at that time, and also continued to work in neuropsychology, both in assessment and interpretation of psychological testing, learning about brain damage, etc. After I completed the postdoctoral internship, I applied and was accepted to be on the staff at the VA Medical Center. I stayed on the staff between 1971 or 72 for about 7 years. I went part-time in 1977, but I was at the VA for about 7 or 8 years. And while I was there, again, I primarily worked in the fields of neuropsychology, but at this point, I was both training and supervising others in the area of neuropsychology. In 1977, as I said, I went part-time at the VA and started relatively small private practice, initially in Orange Park, and then eventually opened up my Gainesville practice. And in that area, I originally just did clinical work. And then in 1978 or so, I was asked by the state attorney's office in Jacksonville to start a program in terms of for treatment of sex offenders and sexual abused children. So I had a grant from DCF. I started that. That was the first sex offender treatment program in the state of Florida. But I continued to work in the field of neuropsychology, but primarily involved in terms of the neuropsychology was in my forensic practice, both in the criminal area and also in civil cases. In civil cases, I was requested to do neuropsychological evaluations on individuals who suffered or likely suffered some kind of organic impairment through motor vehicle accidents and things like that. I also, in the criminal arena, I also did neuropsychological evaluations, primarily on cases similar to this in terms of where there was a homicide or severe violent offending because of the research that shows that there's a relationship between, that there's a higher likelihood of brain damage in individuals who were either on death row or facing the death penalty. While I was at the VA, I also did research in neuropsychology. I have about 5 or 6 publications in that area. And primarily at the VA, we had a grant that I worked with the the head of neurology and pulmonary functioning. And what my role was to do neuropsychological testing prior to a person being placed on continuous oxygen therapy, which was for individuals who suffered with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So my role was doing testing pre and post this continuous oxygen therapy, which was basically a person placed on oxygen and he was on it 24 hours a day at home and so forth. And the research showed that the continuous oxygen therapy improved neuropsychological functioning of individuals with COPD. And I've done other case studies similar where I've done pre and post neuropsychological testing. So I think that's sort of, I went beyond your original question, Ms. Peoples, but basically.
Yes, you covered quite a bit. So, but let me backtrack just a few points. If you could describe, or I should say, if you could define neuropsychology.
I should have done that originally. I apologize. Neuropsychology is an area where the psychologist looks at the relationship between the brain and behavior, emotion, and cognition. In other words, it's the practice of using the training that we have in clinical psychology in terms of psychological testing, but using specific tests which measure different areas of the brain, different functions in the brain to assess whether a person has brain damage and, if possible, to be able to determine the basis for that brain damage. So it's a specialized area within clinical psychology. Again, trying to look at the brain and its relationship with the person's emotion and cognitive functioning.
And what's the difference between a neuropsychologist and a clinical psychologist?
Well, a neuropsychologist is a clinical psychologist, but not all clinical psychologists are neuropsychologists. It involves specific training in the area that I just mentioned in terms of brain behavior relationships and learning about the various psychological tests that have been developed specifically to measure different functions of the brain, such as memory, processing, psychomotor skills, things like that. So the testing is not just clinical psychologist uses testing to measure personality profiles, various psychological traits, depression, anxiety, to assist in terms of treatment, to assist in terms of a differential diagnosis. So a clinical psychologist can also do a clinical evaluation as well as a neuropsychological evaluation.
And you've gone over, I want to say you have covered your training as a neuropsychologist, but is there any other specific area that you haven't addressed yet?
I don't think so. I think my main area is starting around the late 1970s is I was doing therapy, I was teaching, and then I got into forensic psychology, which is the another specialty area within clinical psychology, but evaluating individuals within the psycholegal arena, criminal cases, as well as individuals who, for example, may sue someone for having been involved in a motor vehicle accident. So I might be asked to assess damages, but that's still in the forensic arena. So forensics can involve both civil cases and criminal cases.
All right. And you described when you left the VA and started your own private practice, and you've identified the 3 offices that you have. So I'm going to move over to publications. Are you a published author?
Yes.
Have you prepared scholarly manuscripts regarding neuropsychology?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Have you been published in neuropsychology?
Oh, yes, I have.
And have you participated in any grant-funded or research programs specific to neuropsychology?
Yes.
And then looking to presentations, professional groups concerning neuropsychology, have you given any presentations?
You know, I'm a member of, first of all, the American Psychological Association, which is the large sort of global organization for all types of psychologists. But I am specifically also in some of the, sorry, let me go through this. The neuropsychological, specifically the Neuropsychological Society, which is within the American Psychological Association. So I am involved with that organization as well.
And then if you could identify the professional organizations that you're a member of specific to neuropsychology.
Well, the one I just mentioned, which is the American I may have given it a wrong title, but it's the American Psychological Law Society. That's Division 41 of the APA. I'm also on the Florida Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abuse, the Division of Clinical Neuropsychology, which is Division 40 of the APA. I'm on the Social Justice Committee. I'm on the board of the I'm on the board of Southern Legal Council. That's not a psychological association, but I'm also on the board of the Florida Psychological Association and a member of the Diversity and Social Justice Committee. I'm on other organizations such as the International Society for Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect, the Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abuse, and those are primarily the main organizations and professional societies that I'm involved in.
Right. Now, what do you charge per hour in this particular case?
I charge public defenders, whether it be state or federal or other state attorneys, it would be $250 an hour.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
By this time, probably about 25, perhaps.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in the state of Florida?
I am.
How long?
You can apply for a license a year after you have your PhD if you have the appropriate number of hours of clinical experience, which of course I did because of my 2 internships. So probably 1971, 1972, I've been licensed in the state.
And have you previously been deemed an expert by a state court to offer opinion, testimony in the areas of neuropsychology and cognitive functions?
Numerous times.
How many times in a civil case?
In neuropsychology, I would say actually testified. I've been retained to do evaluations. I don't always testify when I do an evaluation, but in civil cases, I have probably testified about 15 times in the neuropsychology area.
And then in criminal cases?
Probably about 40, between 40 to 50.
Right. And then just making it a broader category, because I was specific to neuropsych, but just looking as a professional psychologist, how many times have you testified in total in civil and criminal cases? Or if it's easier to say civil and then criminal?
Well, actually, I'm required to keep track of the number of cases where I have done either depositions or testified. And that's a requirement in federal cases. So I've kept track. Civil cases, I've testified about 800 times. And criminal cases, as of October, which I guess is this month, it's 1,788 times. Again, this goes back to around 1975, so I'm sort of showing my age here.
Now, how many homicide cases have you testified for on behalf of the prosecution?
You're saying homicide cases specifically?
Yes,
I-
or criminal, I'm not sure if you had it broken down by criminal or homicide.
Well, let me just break that down if I can. In criminal cases, I can't give you a number of times actually that I've testified, but I mean, I gave a number, and I would say in general, not counting homicide cases, I've testified perhaps 40% of the time for the prosecution and about 60% of the time for the defense. In homicide cases, it's significantly different percentage. I would say I've testified about 90% of the time for the defense, particularly in cases such as this, where I've been asked to testify at a sentencing. I've testified at some insanity cases in terms of homicide, but for the most part, it would be at a sentencing stage like this.
And have you been specifically recognized in the state of Florida or other courts outside of Florida, I should say?
Yeah, I've testified in Georgia and Alabama, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts, I believe, are the states that I've testified, but I've also testified in federal cases. Most of those are in Florida or Pennsylvania. And I've done about 20 court-martial cases, and they've been all over the country, military trials, as well as wherever I've been testified in Germany and Italy and England. That's where the bases are, where there was the specific criminal issue. And so I'd have to travel there to testify.
Have you previously been deemed an expert in other courts?
Well, I believe I mentioned in federal courts, as well as military cases. I've also testified in Canada on several cases. Most of those were sexual abuse cases, the ones I've done in Canada.
And have you previously testified in a death penalty trial regarding neuropsychology?
I've testified in about 100 cases similar to this, where the death penalty is being sought.
Your Honor, defense requests to offer Dr. Krop's opinion in testimony with the neuropsychology. No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, you'd be allowed to offer an opinion.
What were you asked to do in this specific case regarding Mark Wilson?
You contacted me and requested specifically in this case that I evaluate Mr. Wilson in terms of doing a neuropsychological evaluation. You indicated that there was already another psychologist involved who did a clinical evaluation, but based on some of your other experts' findings, that it seemed to call for a neuropsychological evaluation. So my focus was very, very specific, relatively narrow. It was to conduct a neuropsychological evaluation and assess whether Mr. Wilson has any type of organic impairment based on the testing.
And do you and other similarly situated practitioners rely on records, reports of the patient concerning the patient's past history to formulate an opinion?
Sure.
And did you review a collection of records to assist you in evaluating Mr. Wilson?
In this case, yes, you provided me with records both prior to my evaluation and also subsequent to my evaluation. A lot of the records in this specific case, because of my narrow role, were not necessarily pertinent, but I'd rather have more than less. And so you provided me with the arrest report, the indictment, the Arizona Department of Children reports, guardian ad litem reports, police reports from, I'm not sure, but it was related to Mr. Wilson's father. You provided me with the radiologist review from Dr. Travis Snyder. I reviewed Alachua County school records, Putnam County school records, Arizona Flowing Wells School District records, Marion County school records, Arizona Amphitheater school records, DCF records from 97, 98, and 99. I had a report or two reports completed by Dr. Clifford Levin back in 2010. I already mentioned the incident report for Mr. Wilson Sr. And then I received a deposition of Mr. Wilson Sr., as well as Doctors Nelson, Werner, Snyder, and Meadows. And those were four other experts in this case. Dr. Meadows provided me with a copy of the one psychological test that he administered to Mr. Wilson. That was an MMPI 2. And I also provided Dr. Meadows copies of my neuropsychological testing. You provided a very lengthy interview of Mr. Wilson. I had a booking medical report and a medical administration records, and I believe that was when he was during his incarceration. One other thing, in addition to the records, I consulted with Dr. Nelson, who is a neurologist in this case. I don't know whether he's already testified, but I consulted with Dr. Nelson and shared with him verbally the results of my neuropsychological testing.
When did you evaluate Mr. Wilson?
Did you say when?
Yes, when?
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a little difficulty hearing you, but Mr. Wilson was seen on 4 different occasions. He was, and let me add, because I'm pretty much doing evaluations remotely if I can. And it's not unusual for a neuropsychological evaluation to the actual testing to be done by other qualified assistants. In this case, I had 2 individuals assist me. Both of them have master's degree and are both licensed. One in specifically forensic psychology, which is Mr. Coleman, and then I had Mr. Hughes from my Orange Park office personally do the psychological testing face-to-face with Mr. Mr. Wilson. So Mr. Coleman saw Mr. Wilson and did testing on September 20th. Mr. Hughes did testing on September 27th. I did testing on October 5th and October 14th. The total time doing the actual testing was about 7.5 hours. We spread it out on purpose because of we learned that Mr. Wilson had some significant problems in terms of his ADHD, and that I think we all thought that I think would get a better true assessment of his functioning if we spread it out and didn't make him go through 7 hours of testing at one time. So that's why it's not always done over this kind of space period. But I think in Mr. Wilson's case, we thought it was relevant to do it that way.
Now, what history did Mr. Wilson discuss with you?
As I said before, I did not focus on anything else other than the neuropsychological assessment. So the only thing that I really asked Mr. Wilson, I did not ask him to discuss the incident in question. I had, as I said earlier, I reviewed the police reports, his statements, and so forth. But the history that I obtained was primarily pertinent only to the neuropsych. Did somebody say something? I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Okay. So when I got a history, I asked him questions about substance abuse. I asked him some questions about any kind of possible traumatic brain injuries or accidents that he had. and some limited information about his education. So I did have information in terms of his history from other records that I read, but again, I used the term doing a blind evaluation. So I tried to really narrow in and focus and tried not to be biased in terms of I tried to get as objective an assessment of his brain, as possible. So again, I didn't do any kind of clinical testing other than for the brain, the neuropsych testing.
Right. I understand you didn't ask Mr. Wilson questions, but after the evaluations, were you able to get some independent information to corroborate head injuries?
Well, Dr. Warner interviewed him, Dr. Meadows interviewed him. I read his own interview, the transcript of his own interviews with law enforcement, and some controlled phone calls. But other than the school records, and I'm not sure what you asked me, whether I got a history independently of him. I guess the answer would be yes.
And did you review the deposition as a father?
Yes.
Now, if someone suffers brain insult as a child, and I'll give an example of traumatic brain injury, does that make one more susceptible to develop mental disorders in adulthood?
It's certainly probably a higher probability, a higher likelihood of having emotional issues and so forth.
So let's discuss the testing. Earlier you mentioned or I'd asked you the difference between neuropsychological and a clinical evaluation. Can you discuss what the battery of the tests are in a neuropsychological test?
Sure. The testing in general, and I've already explained that the testing was done over 4 different periods of time. So let me, if I can, just name the tests. I mean, I'd be glad if to go into what each test, how each test is given and so forth. But in terms of the actual tests given, and I'll tell you when they were given and who administered them. So not necessarily in this chronological order, but on October 14th, I administered the test of memory malingering. We referred to that as the TOM, T-O-M-M. On October 5th, I administered the short category test. Let me go back a second if I can. The test of memory malingering, as the name represents, is a test to assess whether in this case, Mr. Wilson might be malingering or exaggerating deficits, specifically in memory. In all forensic evaluations, whether it be criminal or civil, one of the things that we all forensic psychologists look for is whether the person may be not trying to present himself in a manner that's either shows that he is exaggerating psychiatric, or in this case, cognitive symptoms. In some cases, the person is overly defensive and doesn't want to present with psychiatric or cognitive symptoms. So in every way possible, we try and determine whether the person is optimally giving his optimal effort in the testing. So the test of memory malingering is specific to assess whether a person may be malingering. The short category.
For a quick second. So, because I heard the test of, so that's the TOM, the test of memory malingering. Let me just ask you while you're on that. So is malingering exaggerating, or is there any other explanation for it?
Malingering is the definition, by definition, malingering is either exaggerating or feigning deficits, either psychiatric or cognitive deficits, for a specific purpose, for secondary gain. For example, again, a forensic evaluation, the person is involved in the legal system one way or the other. So the person may think it's to his or her advantage to look more impaired than he or she is, and that's pretty much what malingering is, and that's why it's crucial to try and assess as part of the evaluation. It doesn't always involve a specific like cognitive test like this. There are other types of malingering tests to assess whether a person may be exaggerating psychiatric symptoms, may try to look psychotic when he or she may not be. And there's other ways also of measuring malingering, like even within each test itself, some of the tests have validity scales and so forth. So, but that's one of the first things we look for is whether a person is exaggerating symptoms.
So within each test, there's a malingering or validity score to verify that the person is making their best efforts then? Is that basically-
Not in each test, but some of the tests. For example, the test that Dr. Meadows gave, I think he only gave one test, the MMPI, that has some validity scales to determine whether the test results are even valid. When I do a neuropsych, what I look for is consistency. Usually if a person is malingering, unless he or she is very sophisticated and knowledgeable about the types of tests that we're administering, you see deficits across the board. In other words, the person is really not capable of saying, okay, this test is, and I'll get to this in a little while, this test is for memory, and I'm really bad at memory. I really need to show them that I'm terrible at memory. And then another test might be for processing and say, okay, in other words, what I'm saying is it takes a lot of sophistication to figure out the specific purpose of the test. Usually when a person is malingering, they malinger across the board. They show deficits in almost every test given. And some of the tests have formal scores to assess malingering, but some of them, basically, we can compare it to, let's say, school records and things like that to get a measure of the consistency of the person's functioning level.
So you were talking after the test of memory or the TOM, what was the next one?
On October 5th, I gave the short category test, which specifically is for executive functioning. The next test, and I'll describe what some of these functions are, but the next test, which was given by Mr. Hughes on September 27th, is the Digit Vigilance Test, which requires rapid visual tracking and alertness for simple tasks. Another test, which was given by Mr. Hughes on September 27th, is a trail making test, which is a processing speed as well as executive functions. The next test was given by Mr. Coleman on September 20th, California Verbal Learning Test. And as it sounds, that's a measure of learning and memory. The verbal fluency test was given by Mr. Coleman also on September 20th, and that measures multiple aspects of fluency, verbal productivity, and cognitive flexibility, which again is an executive function. I gave him the full Webster Memory Scale, fourth edition, which is basically a measure. It's pretty much what we call the gold standard of testing in terms of a person's memory. It measures all types of memory. And then I gave him the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, also the fourth edition, and that's a measure of a person's IQ and specific areas of cognitive functioning. So that's the battery of tests that I gave. And as I said, he was, Mr. Wilson was cooperative, although at times fidgety. And on one occasion, he said that he had a headache, but he stuck with it all the time within the time frame that we, that we had for the testing. So I felt like the testing was a.
Dr. Allen, you can hold 1 second.
Can we take about 10 minutes here? I hate to break it in the middle of the witness, but it's been about an hour and 15 minutes since we wrote class. So we can take about a 10-minute break, Dr. Krop, sorry, and we'll come back to you.
That's absolutely fine with me, Your Honor. Thank you. controlled by the frontal lobe of the brain, which, as the name indicates, is in the front of the head. The frontal lobe is the latest or the last area of the brain to develop. I give some examples. It doesn't really fully develop until the person may be 22 or 23 years old, which is why when we look at teenage behavior or even younger kids who don't really have much of a frontal lobe yet, if they are acting silly and you think it's cute at first, and then say, okay, that's enough, and yet the child will keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's because his frontal lobe is not yet fully developed. We see teenagers engage in risk-taking behavior. They drive too fast. They do things without really thinking in terms of their judgment. That's because, again, the adolescent brain is not yet fully developed. So the frontal lobe is the part of the brain. It's one of the more important parts of the brain because it controls things like emotional control, impulse control, being able to focus, being motivated to initiate various tasks. Planning and judgment are functions, executive functions, being able to be flexible, starting one thing and then switching to something else. Individuals with problems with their frontal lobe, they have difficulty doing that. Time management, and these are all the basic aspects of the frontal lobe. And that's why frontal lobe is such an important aspect of a person's brain, because it controls these higher level functioning.
Now, the next test that you mentioned was the vigilance test. What is the purpose of that test, or what does it measure?
The next test is the digivigilance test. Is that what you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. That requires a person being alert, a person being able to attend to what we call rapid visual tracking. He's asked to look through a bunch of numbers from 1 to 9, including 0. And he's asked to go through them as fast as he can and cross out or put a check or a slash across a particular number, for example, the number 6. So the person is both timed in terms of how quickly he can complete the entire task, and he's also the number of errors that he makes is also part of the assessment. The next one that I mentioned is the California Verbal Learning Test, and that is a measure of verbal learning from cues, and also straight memory. A person is asked, is read a list of 16 items, and then after you read the list of items to that person, he or she is asked to repeat them, as many as he or she can. Then you read the list 5 different times, and each time the person is asked to repeat as many words as you can. Obviously, the more you read the items, the more items an individual would be expected to remember. But there's other aspects of the test as well that take into consideration recognition, planning, and things like that. The next test is part of the Dallas-Kaplan executive function system. So it's part of a whole battery of executive functions tests. It's called a verbal fluency. I think I may have mentioned before, it's a measure of, you tell a person, for example, I want you to tell me as many words as you can that begin with the letter F, or as many words as you can that begin with the letter T. That's part of the test. And then the next part of the test is sort of what we call categories. And I want you to tell me as many names as you can. I want you to tell me as many pieces of furniture that you can, things like that. And then at the end, he is given a little more complex test, which involves give him the name of a piece of furniture, and name a piece of fruit. You keep going back and forth. And again, it's that aspect, that switching aspect, that is considered an executive function.
Now,
I also,
second there, looking back on the results, just for the 4 or 5 week discussed, what were your results in terms of the testing on the short category test?
On the short category test, he came out, in terms of errors, he was at the highest 99 percentile of errors, meaning that out of 100 people, 99 would do better than he would. He obtained a raw score of 57 and a T-score of 72, which is in the moderate to severe impairment range. Let me, if I can break down just for the jury, each of these tests can be scored, and they're scored in different ways, but for each one, I would be able to classify the individual's performance as either above average, average, below average, mild impairment, meaning mild organic impairment, mild to moderate organic impairment, moderate impairment, or severe impairment. So basically, I can classify based on statistics and so forth an individual on each test in one of those categories.
Right. And then the results of the TOM are the memory test?
The results of the test of memory malingering, without getting into detail, he did very well on that test. He scored in a range which would be totally inconsistent with a person who's malingering. And it was pretty obvious from the effort that he seemed to be putting in, and he seemed to be able to pay attention. That was the second time I saw him, and he seemed to be in a better, even though he had already been convicted, he seemed to be able to focus a little better. And I don't know whether it was the closure, the fact that the trial had, been finished and so forth. But in any event, he did very well on a test which showed that he was not malingering. And when I looked at some of the other aspects of malingering on some of the other tests, there was no evidence to suggest that he was malingering on any of the tests.
And then the digivigilance, what were the results of that test?
He functioned in the average. In terms of, there's two measures. One is time, how fast he can complete the test. He was in the average range. And in the number of errors, he was above average, meaning that he didn't make that many errors. So he did not show any kind of impairment on that particular measure.
And then the last one, when I interrupted you, that you were talking about was the California verbal. What were those
Yes.
results on that?
The California Verbal Learning Test, he came out, and as I said, it's a measure of verbal learning and memory. He came out moderate impairment, 1 point less, and he would have been in the severe impairment. So it was pretty significantly impaired.
And the results on the Dallas Kaplan.
On the Dallas Kaplan, the verbal fluency, he came out in the moderate impairment range.
And then after that test, you had mentioned it, but we can discuss this one, the trail making processing speed.
Oh, yes, the trail making test, he came out below average, but it was not in the impaired range. So he did relatively well on that.
What's the purpose of that test?
It's, again, processing speed. A person is given a piece of paper with numbers on it, and he's asked to connect. The numbers are scattered in sort of random fashion, and the person is asked to, as quickly as he can, connect the numbers in the right sequence. Then he is given another opportunity where there are numbers and letters, and he's asked to connect, again, as quickly as you can, a number and a letter, a number and a letter. So the latter task is a little more complex, and that is considered a relatively simple but also executive function test. And he did in the average range on that.
And the Dallas Kaplan, the results of that?
Yeah, we already talked about that. That's the verbal fluency, and that was moderate impairment. And the next test that I gave him was or not gave him, but the next test we haven't discussed was the Wechsler Memory Scale, 4th edition, which is as I said, global test of all types of different memory. And by types, I mean auditory memory, meaning you say something to the person verbally in terms of how well he remembers. There's visual memory, which is, let's say you show him some designs and he's asked to later repeat those designs. And so it measures 5 or 6 different areas of memory, and he did very poorly on all areas. And the highest area was, the best he did was in the 6th percentile, and that was visual working. But he did significantly better on memory of things that he can see rather than he's given verbally. But still, even with the visual working memory, it was in the 6th percentile. So that was the highest percentile of any of the areas of the 5 areas of memory. So he did very poorly on that test.
And what were the other areas in the Wechsler memory scale?
There's an auditory memory index, which I already said is when you verbally tell him something. Let's say in this specific case, you read him a story, a very brief story, 2 paragraphs, and then immediately after ask him to tell you as many things about that story as you can. And then maybe 20 minutes later, you'll ask him, without repeating that, you'll ask him, do you remember that story? So-and-so, can you tell me as much as you can on that? So it's both short-term auditory memory and then long-term or delayed memory is what it's referred to. And he was in either the 1st percentile or less than the 1st percentile on all of the areas of functioning, with the exception of he was in the 6th percentile on the visual working memory, which was better, relatively speaking, but still very poor. And then the last test that I did was the intelligence test.
Yes.
And he came out with a full scale IQ of 75, which places him in the borderline range of intelligence. He was in the borderline range on verbal comprehension. He was in the borderline range of working memory, which is consistent. It's a specific measure, but it's consistent with the Wechsler memory scale. He was in the borderline range on that, but he did much better. He was in the low average range on perceptual reasoning and processing speed, which are the areas that he would require in the field of mechanics. That was his primary vocational area, and I think he learned that from his father, and that shows up on the testing. He does, again, better on the nonverbal than he does on the verbal, but overall he had an IQ of 75, which was in the borderline range.
Now, is there any significance to the verbal, nonverbal scale regarding his IQ?
Well, the verbal and the nonverbal are different parts of the brain. He's right-handed, so the verbal area of intelligence, memory, conceptualization, those are all left brain, and working with your hands, being able to see something and visualize something and then be able to maneuver it with your motor skills, that's the right side of the brain. And so he does much better. His right side is much better than the left side of his brain. And that's why he was able to, again, I don't know how successful a mechanic he was, but I know that that's the kind of work he did. And that makes perfect sense given all of the testing that I gave.
Could the past ADHD diagnosis relate to brain damage?
You know, we're not totally sure what causes, there's been all kinds of theories about what causes ADHD. But the interesting thing is, if you look at ADHD, and there's some recent studies to suggest that it really those are executive functions that the person often does poorly with ADHD. He has trouble focusing. He has trouble changing his set. He has trouble in terms of flexibility, impulse control. Those are all executive functions. So, I mean, some of the more, I think, recent studies are showing that this is a developmental disorder that may be associated with a part of the brain that has not yet fully developed, because we know individuals with ADHD don't always turn out to be adults with ADHD. So again, it sort of correlates with that frontal part of the brain that develops when a person is 21, 22. And that's usually the age, if a person has ADHD, that they start, I'll use the word, growing out of it and not having as many attentional issues as they did when they were younger. It also, because, I mean, we know medication helps in many cases of ADHD. So again, it sort of suggests that there's this chemical kind of imbalance or some kind of organic explanation as to why the individual has difficulties.
Now, based on all the above tests that we've discussed today, what is your opinion on Mark Wilson's brain impairment?
I would say that looking at all of the tests combined, I would say that Mr. Wilson has organic impairment, primarily in the temporal lobe of the brain, which is responsible for memory, and the frontal part of the brain. There could be other areas of the brain also affected, but and the interesting thing is that I mentioned that I reviewed Dr. Snyder's test results or interpretation of the MRI and the PET scan, and he talked about parietal and also the limbic system, and some of those are related to memory and the kind of things that came out in my neuropsychological testing.
Now, are there other reports that beyond, and if it's Dr. Snyder, but there are other reports that support your opinion?
I'm sorry, I thought.
There's an objection. Hang on a second, doctor. She need to come sidebar.
No, I'm trying to object based on bolstering. He's given his opinion.
Yeah. Ms. Peoples?
May I ask you inquire on clinical correlation?
Well, rephrase it that way. Rather than just say what other people say.
Dr. Krop, what is clinical correlation and why is it important?
Clinical correlation is a term that's commonly used by neurologists who use various neuroimaging tests to look at the brain, either structurally or chemically. PET scan looks at metabolism. And so when a neurologist or a radiologist indicates that based on his or her review of these imaging tests, there appears to be some impairment of the brain or some structural impairment or some shearing or something that suggests that there's some problems in terms of the structure of the brain, and they ask for clinical correlation, which means that is there evidence from observations, from school records, from neuropsychological testing that would correlate with the kind of damage that is seen on these neuroimaging results.
And is your testing providing clinical correlation to Dr. Snyder's imaging?
Yes, very much so. Not totally, but certainly the memory issues are related. The executive functions are related. And those are, I think, the two main areas of impairment that we see from the testing. His results also, Dr. Snyder's results also suggest emotional control issues. My testing doesn't necessarily pick that up. The test that I use would not sort of indicate the emotional, that might be some other psychological testing which might support or not support that.
Now, with that in mind then, did you do any personality testing?
No, the only testing, I didn't do any myself. I did see, as I said, Dr. Meadows sent me the results of the MMPI, which were invalid.
And what was your role, or was your role in this case to provide a clinical diagnosis?
No,
And then what is your opinion as a neuropsychologist based on your evaluation of Mr. Wilson?
I'd say based on the evaluation, the neuropsychological evaluation, it's my opinion that Mr. Wilson suffers from neurocognitive impairment.
And are you able, from your evaluation, to identify the specific cause of brain damage or impairment?
I can't say specifically. I just know from the records that I reviewed that there are many potential contributors, and any one of them could result in the kind of impairment that I found on testing, or it could be a combination. For example, I believe Dr. Snyder's results suggested a possibility of a traumatic brain injury. We know that chronic substance abuse, the type that he has used from a very young age, could lead to cognitive impairment or organic impairment. The traumatic environment that he experienced, that I reviewed the records, could lead to an alteration in brain behavior. It could be genetic. We know that there were family substance abuse. So it could even be in utero in terms of the possibility. And again, it could be all or one of those. I can't, from my testing, give you a specific explanation as to what causes the impairment that came out on the testing, however.
All right, so by your testing, you're able to provide your opinion regarding impairment is what's being revealed, and the impairment that you've identified correlates to the imaging that Dr. Snyder had. He shared his slides with you.
Yes.
All right, and so in the end, then what you're identifying is that the cause or the etiology of it, it could be one or all of a traumatic brain injury, utero, chronic substance abuse, trauma, meaning the child abuse and neglect that you've seen in the records, or genetic. So it could be one of those or all of those.
Yes, that's correct.
To say that separating that out in terms of which one it is isn't necessarily possible in all cases.
No, not based on my testing, no.
Then are all your opinions given today with a reasonable degree of neuropsychological certainty?
They are, yes.
One moment. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Krop. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
Better than Miss Peoples.
Okay. So we talked a lot about neuropsychology. You don't actually consider yourself a neuropsychologist though, correct?
Well, I think we spoke before that a person can identify themselves as a neuropsychologist if he or she has the training and experience to conduct neuropsychological evaluations. There are individuals who all they do, like individuals who work on staff at Brooks Hospital or Brooks Rehabilitation, who work with brain injured persons, both in terms of treatment and evaluation, and that's all they do. So they're neuropsychologists on staff, but I consider myself a clinical psychologist specializing in forensic psychology. And one of the areas within forensic psychology is doing neuropsychological evaluations in these type of cases.
Right, and I didn't challenge your ability to do that, but you have previously said, I don't do it full time. I don't consider myself a neuropsychologist, correct?
I I did say I didn't do it full time. I don't know if I said I don't consider myself a neuropsychologist. If somebody asks me what I do, I say I'm a forensic psychologist.
Okay. There's not another degree required, correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay, but there is an area in neuropsych in board certification that one could apply for, and you do not hold that, correct?
That's correct. I've never attempted to get that.
Right, because you don't personally feel like there's any difference in an expert, whether they're board certified or not, correct?
That's what the research shows in terms of, I use the word competency, but in terms of the degree of expertise and knowledge, the literature, I think the person who wrote the whole book on that, his name is Jay Zisken, Zisken, who indicated that there was no differences in terms of the degree of competency or expertise between board certified and not.
Right, so you said in your deposition, I don't feel like there's any difference, so I've never tried to become board certified, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified earlier in this area of neuropsych specifically, you've done it a lot, and I'm not challenging that, doctor. I think you said 40 to 50 times in criminal cases, it's the narrow area of neuropsych, is that right?
In terms of testifying, I believe I said that.
Testifying, yes,
Yes.
yeah. But then obviously you gave a figure of thousands. It was like 1,700 criminal cases in which you testified in. I think in deposition you said 2,000, but you've testified a lot of times in criminal cases, correct?
Yes, I have about 1,700 whatever testifying in general. In
Right.
terms of death penalty cases, I believe I said that I've done about close to 2,000 evaluations, but have testified in about 100 sentencing cases such as this.
Okay. And in all those other cases, other than the 40 or 50 times you've testified in neuropsych, you're testifying in the general area of clinical psychology, diagnosing individuals, clinical evaluations, and reporting back, correct? Because that's your other broader area.
That's correct.
Okay. And what, just so the jurors understand, in that role, what would you be asked to do? Did I summarize that correctly? Evaluate someone, maybe diagnose them?
That's a fair question. In a lot of cases, I'm asked sometimes several years before the case goes to trial, if it does go to trial, to conduct a psychological evaluation. It's usually 3 general questions that I'm asked to do, whether, especially in death penalty cases or cases that might be death penalty. I'm asked to evaluate the person's competency. I'm asked to address whether the person may have been insane at the time of the offense. And I'm also asked to explore possible mitigating factors, to explain to a jury some of the various perhaps psychological issues or other cognitive issues that may have contributed to the person engaging in the violent crime that he or she did.
Right. And so a lot of what you normally do is actually crime specific and related to that psychology of that particular client, correct?
That's fairly close, yes.
Okay. You weren't asked to be that in this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did not diagnose him. You can't tell this jury he has PTSD or ADHD, which has been referred in older records, correct?
I've seen those diagnoses, but because I did not do a face-to-face clinical evaluation, it would be unethical for me to provide any diagnosis other than describing the impairment of the brain.
Right. And so when we move on to Mr. Wilson, you were asked specifically for this narrow area of neuropsychological testing, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked not to discuss the crime with him, correct?
Ms. Peoples didn't ask me not to discuss. Because if I discuss the crime with him, then as far as I'm concerned, I would feel a need to do more of a clinical evaluation. That's where the crime itself comes into play. We're discussing, in other words, what's his mental state at the time, what were the circumstances, and so forth. And number one, I was not asked to do that, although I was not told not to ask them about the crime. But number two, I really, from a logistical standpoint, I really didn't have the amount of time that I would have needed to do that kind of evaluation.
And that's because you were just contacted a few weeks ago? A month ago?
About a month ago, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe a
But
little longer.
it's in that type of evaluation where a psychologist like yourself, and that you often do, is you get into the mental state of that individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also said that you believe that that was the job of another psychologist in this case. Is that right?
I was told that Dr. Quinones, a psychologist who I think specializes in trauma, was doing a psychological evaluation.
Okay. So you
I don't know the type of evaluation, but I was told he was doing a psychological evaluation and that one of his expert areas was in trauma.
okay. So that sort of stuff you would expect to see through that doctor. Is that right?
Yes.
And when we go through your list of testing, you talked about how it looks like you or your partner gave a majority of the tests on September 27th. Is that right?
I don't know if the majority, I mean, the ones that were given on the 20th and the 27th, the ones that were given on the 27th were partial, part of the tests that required a face-to-face kind of evaluation where a person is given something and he's asked to write something or manipulate blocks or stuff like that. So those kind of tests, which could not be done remotely, my assistant, Mr. Hughes, did on the 27th. And a lot of them were shorter tests, like the digit vigilance test. That only takes about 10 minutes, whereas the tests that I gave were maybe the Tom, for example, was an hour. The Wisconsin card sorting test would have been about 40 minutes. So there may have been a larger number of tests involved on the 27th, but I think, again, it wasn't necessarily a longer time period.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. It looks like if you broke out the testing, and you already explained why you did that, for 3 days. And then on the 4th time, the very last time, you gave the test of memory malingering, the top, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that some other tests have validity scales within them to determine malingering. Is that right?
Yes.
But not all of them, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Does the WACE IQ test have its own validity scale within it?
No, they don't have validity scales, and I may have misspoke. Certain tests have specific indicators, validity scales, like the MMPI, the personality assessment. Some of the tests, for example, like I think you mentioned the WACE. Did you say the WACE or the Wexner memory? But either one of them, they have internal kinds of ways to look at whether the person might be malingering. In other words, are the test scores consistent? Does the individual, let's see, for example, on the WACE on the California Verbal Learning Test, for example, the person's asked to remember 16 items. If he goes along and by the 5th test, he's not getting any better than he did on the 1st, then that becomes suspect. If there are at the end, he's asked things like, okay, I'm going to give you 2 items and I want you to tell me whether this one was one of the items or the other one. So it's a yes-no kind of thing. So he has a 50-50 chance. And if that person does poorly on that, then there's, again, concerns about the possibility of malingering. So there's ways within the test to get a sense of whether the person is malingering.
In every test that you gave?
Probably not every test. For example, the digit vigilance test, if the person does a lot poorer the second time, that would be suspect. In the verbal fluency, usually the person is fairly consistent. In other words, they usually can name as many items that begin with the letter, whatever letter is, versus asked again, another letter. It's because it's the same function, and if the person does really, really well with the letter F and does horrible with the letter A or S, again, it's something that you at least take a look at and become suspicious.
Okay. The Tom is, I think you called it the gold standard, and I may be using the wrong term, of memory malingering, correct?
Yes,
But you gave that separately almost a month later than you gave other tests isolated on its own day by itself.
correct.
So it would have been testing his ability to perform or his level of exertion on that day,
Yes, I think that's fair.
not on the 20th or the 27th of September or the 5th of October. And I understand what you said, but the Tom doesn't relate back to all the testing, is my point. That's correct, right?
Yeah, so I mean, a person can try his best on one test on one day, and then on another day may not. As I said, my assistants and myself on the two occasions that I administered the testing, it appeared that he was, that he was focusing the best that he could. And I felt that just from my observations, he was putting optimal effort. Does that mean he couldn't do better on another day? I don't know. I mean, obviously there could be a psychological explanation for some testing sometime on why he does better on one day than another. And I'm not specifically talking about Mr. Wilson, but that's true with everybody.
I think you answered me, doctor. The weight IQ test, no, that's fine. You said that he has a full scale IQ of 70, is right? 75, excuse me, correct?
75, yes.
Okay, but he has very high adaptive functioning that you observed, correct? Both in the records and in your interactions with him.
I wouldn't say very high, but his adaptive functioning would suggest, or his overall functioning level would suggest that he might have a higher IQ than what he came at on that testing.
Well, a matter of fact, in your depo, you said that his adaptive functioning is so high that I didn't feel like I needed to do more IQ tests. Do you recall that?
If I was sent that, I don't remember saying so high. I would have said
High?
something like was high enough to,
That you didn't need to do
that
more
I
tests.
didn't feel a need to assess for intellectual disability.
Right, you had no concern that he was intellectually disabled, former word mentally retarded, for those who don't know, that's intellectually disabled is the new word that we use for mental retardation, correct? In the legal
Yes,
system?
and again, pretty much what you're saying, for a person to be labeled intellectually disabled, they would have to score below a 70 on an IQ test such as the one I gave, and then also separate adaptive functioning like his working functioning and his socialization and stuff like that. So I certainly didn't see him as being so deficient in the adaptive functioning area, just from what I know, that I would ever label him as intellectually disabled.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the jurors didn't think that's what you were saying with that low of an IQ. And one of the reasons why you wouldn't do that is that he's held multiple jobs down, correct? Unless affected by drug use.
I
Mechanic,
know.
technician.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
He's worked on farms, things like that, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Are you aware that he passed his GED without studying? Did you talk to him about that?
I know he passed his GED. I didn't know he didn't study.
Did you know that in the areas of science and language arts, reading, that he did better than 66% of the people that took the GED?
I didn't see the scores of the GED. I wasn't provided that. I just knew that he passed his GED, and I believe he passed it soon after it was time for him to graduate. So he did it pretty quickly as far as I know.
Okay, so no real issues with IQ, is that right?
Right.
He did relatively well on some of these tests. You talked about the trail making test, correct? And the digit test specifically?
Yes.
And what does he do when he takes the digit test? But what is the digit test testing? That makes sense.
I don't know if I could show it, but anyway, it's a page of numbers about,
I'm not interested in the test, Dr. Krop, as far as like how you give it and what he does, just what is it testing?
it's measuring rapid visual tracking. That is, he has to look across the page, see the numbers, and attention for simple tasks. So that's what he did well, and he did in the average range on that.
Okay, and overall, you said that he does better, much better on nonverbal testing versus verbal testing, is that right?
Yeah, except on the overall Wechsler memory scale, he did poorly. He did better, relatively speaking, on visual than verbal, but he was still pretty low.
And what is, overall, what does nonverbal mean versus verbal? What is he doing better on? Where does that come from?
Well, let's give an example. He is told to, he's shown a design on a card, and he's asked to draw that design. And then perhaps 20 minutes later, after other tasks are in between that, he said, do you remember the design that I showed you? Well, I want you to reproduce that and draw it again. In other words, he's not shown the design this time. He's just asked to reproduce it. So
Again.
he would do better on a task like that than when he's given a whole bunch of words or a story to repeat.
And I understand that. I'm trying to relate it to real life functioning. So what does it mean that Mr. Wilson does better with nonverbal testing than verbal in a real life transition? What does that mean for him?
Well, he would do better, for example, in mechanical work than a desk job where, let's say, an administrative kind of job, or even maybe a salesman or sales clerk or something like that, or a cashier. He would do much better in the areas that he worked in. I mean, he chose the right areas for his particular skills.
Okay. And back to IQ testing and just someone's IQ. You've previously testified that IQ is not a measure of whether someone has brain damage or not. It's a completely different thing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then back to one of your overall testing results is, in your opinions, is that he basically has poor memory. Is that right?
Yes.
But you can't tell us why his memory is bad, and you listed all the different reasons that could contribute to bad memory just before I got up here, right?
Correct.
And drug use is one of those reasons?
Yes.
Okay, and if somebody has a bad memory, it doesn't make them violent, correct?
Absolutely. That's correct.
Okay, it doesn't contribute to antisocial behaviors, correct?
Not necessarily. That's correct.
Right, or make them commit homicide, correct?
Absolutely.
People sort of ended her questioning of you, having you explain clinical correlation, and you explained how your testing was one way to clinically correlate back to Dr. Snyder's testimony about the scans. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you listed some things when you defined clinical correlation, and you said testing, observations, reviewing records, all of that are things you do in a clinical setting to attempt to correlate back to, in this case, things like brain scans. Is that right?
Those are all different things that, yeah, if you're trying to correlate the person's everyday kind of behavior, including psychological testing, with the findings, the imaging findings or the neurological findings and so forth, yeah, those are things that you could look at.
Okay. And so you did that, and you're here to say that you did that just in the form of the neuropsych testing, and it was not your role to have a clinical structured interview with him where you talk to him and do anything else outside of testing, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you talked about some of the things your testing could, or a clinical evaluation could confirm or not, is memory, cognitive issues, and you also mentioned emotional and control issues, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the latter?
Emotional and control issues is something that could be correlated in a clinical setting,
Yes.
but your test didn't look for that, correct?
Some of the deficits, again, were the executive function, frontal lobe, and so forth. And those could be emotional control, but I can't say any specific test showed, or I could give a score for emotional control or emotional regulation. That's just one of the executive functions
Right,
that are controlled by the frontal lobe.
and you
or the-
can't,
or the-
sorry,
That's,
go ahead.
and that's okay, I was finished.
And you certainly can't relate it to this defendant and this crime because you didn't ask about it, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And lastly, you testified about how you received Dr. Meadows' data from the MMPI too, is that right?
Correct,
And you used the word it was invalid.
yes.
What you meant by that, it was invalid due to his lack of participation, his malingering, and those validity scales within that test, correct?
I can't say,
No, sorry, go ahead. Thank you, Dr. Krop. Go ahead and answer.
I wouldn't say that we could say it was a lack of participation. I don't know that it was a lack of participation. In speaking to Ms. People, she said, I mean, it took about,
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to him testifying as anything counsel said.
Yeah. Well,
I can rephrase my,
yes, please rephrase the question. I understand what you're asking.
specifically to the data. You received the raw data from Dr. Meadows.
correct,
And that raw data told you that the MMPI-2 was invalid
correct,
because of the validity scales that measure whether someone is malingering or not while taking the test.
the validity scales showed that the person endorsed numerous psychiatric symptoms to the point where it could not be considered valid because of the number of psychiatric symptoms that the individual endorsed. So you could view it as an exaggeration, a likely exaggeration of psychological problems, and therefore it couldn't be scored in a valid manner. It doesn't necessarily say he's malingering, but it would reflect an exaggeration of psychiatric symptoms.
Right, he was exaggerating so much because we know he doesn't have psychiatric problems, right? There's been no doctor, no review.
I know he's taking an antidepressant medication, so currently he's probably pretty depressed, and I think Dr. Warner even diagnosed him with an adjustment disorder, but that's not a major psychiatric problem.
Right.
But you also can't tell from, unless you go back and, I don't think Dr. Meadows had the time to do this, go back and ask him each individual item in terms of what you mean by this, what do you mean by you think people are out to get you? I mean, if you look something and here's a person who's already been convicted and facing the death penalty, and the question is, I think people are out to get me, well, that's considered a psychiatric symptom. It may be paranoid, but in his position, it may not be. So my point is, unless you really look at each individual item, you don't know that he's exaggerating. He could have been confused, but whatever reason, it was invalid, and Dr. Meadows could not obtain a reasonable clinical profile to be able to say, he's diagnosed with this or that.
Right, and that's all I'm asking you. If you would have given him that test and that was your raw data, you would have said and come and told this jury the same thing. I can't tell you anything because this test is invalid due to his performance.
That's
Not why.
That's accurate.
Okay, all right. And your understanding of how this process works, you worked for state attorneys, I believe, at least some of the times in these scenarios, correct?
Yes,
And by these scenarios, I mean the death penalty, is that right?
yes,
And you understand that the state cannot send a doctor in to test him until after conviction, correct?
yeah, it used to be that that wasn't the case, but certainly over the last 10 years or so, that is the case. And it really does, I mean, in all fairness, Dr. Warner and Dr. Meadows are two people that I know and respect, and they're in a difficult position because they have their time limited as well. And they're also dealing with a person who's just been convicted and facing the death penalty. So in terms of getting an accurate picture of the person, it's difficult in their role.
So that's what they're limited to, one time, one evaluation, post-conviction, correct?
Yes.
And you could potentially, as a defense expert, see him as many times as one requested, if you wanted to, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Peters, you're right.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Krop, why did you not do the MMPI too?
I didn't do it because it's not necessarily part of a neuropsychological evaluation. It's more to look at a person, clinical profile, whether that person would meet diagnostic criteria for a certain diagnosis like paranoia, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, and I was not asked to do that.
Paranoia, schizophrenia are items that have not been identified with Mark Wilson, correct?
Correct, and I just threw those out as some of the scales that are on the MMPI, but I don't think anybody has suggested that he's schizophrenic or anything like that.
Just another reason why not to do the MMPI too with Mr. Wilson, correct?
Another reason, yes.
And the ADHD diagnosis that you've seen throughout the records for Mr. Wilson, whether it's Dr. Levin, back to his youth and childhood, would that be another indicator as a reason not to do the MMPI with Mr. Wilson?
If he's still presenting and I observed his being fidgety and having difficulty sitting still and attending, so I certainly think the ADHD that he had diagnosed as a kid and took Adderall for, in my opinion, he still presents with some of those symptoms. And so that could interfere with him sitting down for an hour or so and just responding true or false to, and particularly in the setting that he was in, which is, already been convicted. So one could understand why the MMPI might not have been valid.
This particular test that the state was challenging on the MMPI was provided within days of receiving the guilty verdict in this particular case.
Yes.
Meaning, so the individual, meaning Mr. Wilson, was under a great amount of stress at the time of that test.
I would anticipate he was. I think most people would be.
Meaning, would that be another reason why you wouldn't give an MMPI to Mr. Wilson?
Well, I don't think it hurts to give the MMPI, but I wouldn't really make a big issue of the fact that it was invalid and generalize from that. I think the only thing you could say is that it wasn't valid, and I wish I could. I'm saying if I gave it, it would be nice to be able to have data, additional data, but I certainly wouldn't go from there and say, okay, he's malingering, he's faking, and so forth, just from the results of that test.
Right, and then the several tests that you provided, several, that your tests that you had gone through with Mr. Wilson over a series of days, just to recap, are supporting the imaging from Dr. Snyder.
That's correct.
Yeah. So let me ask this then. Your testing is identifying brain impairments in the parietal lobe and the limbic system.
It identifies impairment in the frontal lobe, which is executive functions. It identifies even more significant impairment in the temporal lobe, which is memory, verbal memory. And it certainly could identify dysfunctioning or impairment in other areas that are near. For example, the amygdala, which I believe was part of the problem, part of the impairment or structural impairment that was found by Dr. Snyder in the amygdala. and the hippocampus, and those are all emotional kind of control issues. They are embedded in the temporal lobe itself. The temporal lobe, as I said, is the memory thing. So the fact that he did poorly on memory could also relate to some of these other issues that I couldn't specifically test for in terms of the neuropsychological evaluation, the emotional kind of issues.
And then lastly, Doctor, in terms of your neuropsych work, you've been published in several articles, peer-reviewed articles regarding neuropsychology.
Objection, ask and answer on direct.
Your Honor, the state was challenging is standing of the psychologist on cross-examination.
Right, that question was answered. Asked and
Yes,
answered.
exactly.
You can argue at the appropriate time.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. That's all for Dr. Krop then?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Krop. You're free to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you allowing me to do this remotely. It really helped. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so members of the jury will go ahead. Yeah, okay, scheduling talk real quick. We don't need to call the court for this.
All rise, the truth's in the house. Y'all bring it up, breaking it down. Hear that call? Facts and defense, a mighty blend. Oh yeah, justice ain't gonna bend. Gavel hits, the facts commence. Defensive moves, we've got the sense.